From deep in the heart of Texas for over 100 years, the skies above San Antonio have echoed with the roar of air power. From the early pioneers to the aviators of today, there's no doubt that American airmen stand resolute, deterring aggression and projecting global power, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to achieve peace through strength. Buckle up! Day one of the 2026 Great Texas Airshow starts right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Hawkins from the Air Force Public Affairs team. Delighted to be with you here from a very sunny Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph. It's shaping up to be a fantastic day for air power here in Military City, USA. We've got a ton of great acts lined up for the weekend in the skies over JBSA Randolph, which is home to both Air Education and Training Command and the 19th Air Force Training America's Future Pilots. Now, the weather was crazy all week long, and we're going to talk about that and some of the changes and how you can get onto the installation. We know some of you are probably on your way here to JBSA Randolph, and so we'll get to that here in just a minute. But this year's theme of the air show, Let Freedom Roar, honoring 250 years. And so, just so you know as well, the Great Texas Airshow, completely free and open to the public, opening our gates to everybody here in San Antonio. So we hope that we see you out here today. And I know everyone obviously eagerly awaiting the return of our headliners, the United States Air Force Aerial Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds. We got the F-22 Raptor, a KC-46 Pegasus, the legendary U.S. Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. So let's check out some of the action you'll see over the next couple of days.
Freedom is roaring and it's looking for you. Mark your calendars May 2nd and 3rd. Get ready to experience 2 days of a gravity-defying, spectacularly stunning showcase of American aerobatics. Prepare to witness the Golden Knights, the F-22 Raptor demo team, and the return of the powerful, the unstoppable, the Thunderbirds. It's the Great Texas Airshow, only at Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph. Admission is free. The memories are free. The thrill is free. It's the Great Texas Airshow. Don't miss it.
Delighted now to be joined by the commander of the 502nd Air Base Wing and Joint Base San Antonio, Brigadier General Randy Oakland. Sir, how are you?
I am doing great. I think it's going to be a phenomenal day. The weather's just gorgeous. It's wonderful out here, and we've got a great show planned.
So, obviously, lots of things happening over the last 24 to 48 hours, and we've got Major Gossieri. He's going to come on and talk about all the challenges and all the things that are happening. But I wanted to lead things off with just your impression so far of how things are going and how the team has had to respond to a lot of different challenges.
Well, it's actually been an interesting journey, and he's definitely the person to talk to about all the challenges. He's been overcoming each of them and is just a phenomenal officer. But I'll just say, from an air show perspective, we had the advantage earlier on of knowing that the 2 days of Saturday and Sunday were looking pretty good. It was just about figuring out how to get past the rain that was right before that. And the team has done an excellent job with it all. And I think you're going to see the benefits of their hard work both today and tomorrow, and we're excited about that.
And we've got such a great air show lined up. I mean, of course, the headline act, the Thunderbirds. Everybody loves to come to see the Thunderbirds. But
Absolutely.
Just talk about this show in general and what this means to the JBSA community.
Well, so it's a privilege to be here at Joint Base San Antonio. I've been able to be in this job for coming up on 2 years now. And one of the things that I've learned from it is, serving in the military is a special thing. It's always been that way. Service is at the core of what we do, but it's even more special here at Military City, USA, where people really understand a lot about what it means to not only be in the military, but to support our military. And that's bigger than just the members themselves. That's the families of them all. We have a very large retiree community here, and just a long heritage and history of military service in this area. And so what an opportunity today to open up the base, have people be able to come on, enjoy just an incredible amount of air acts and static displays and STEM engagements. There's children's activities. There's just going to be a lot to do and see, and you never know with one of these what the weather's going to be like, and it just so happens I think it's going to be beautiful, so we're excited about it.
And we've already seen some aircraft in the skies as they practice maybe a little bit or just now arriving, but I wanted to transition a little bit to JBSA in general. Can you tell us about the 502nd Air Base Wing and the mission at JBSA? A lot of education and training, obviously, here as part of Air Education and Training Command, but that's not necessarily your role per se. Can you maybe explain what it is that 502nd does every day?
Absolutely. And so it's a little bit like what we do for the air show. It's a lot of different functions required to put an air show together, and our job is to support that air show and to make sure that it's successful. And so these air acts that are going to be flying around, the static displays that came in, we provide all the support around them so that they can be successful at what they do. And that's what we do day in and day out at Joint Base San Antonio. So in the 502nd Air Base Wing, we're the host wing for just a whole lot of missions across the entire Department of War. Not just Air Force, but certainly Army, Navy, every service is here. And so you mentioned training. There's a lot of training that takes place here. Flying training is a primary mission here at Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph. Medical training is a primary mission at Joint Base San Antonio, Fort Sam, Houston. And then there are a lot of missions at Joint Base San Antonio, Lackland, but certainly a very important one is basic military training that takes place there. Every single enlisted airman that comes in the service for the Air Force and the Space Force, they come through there. And we're excited to be able to support all of that. And so from a 502nd Air Base Wing standpoint, we make those missions successful by the things that we do to ensure that they can focus on their specific mission set.
One of the really cool things about having an air show is you kind of get to open up the curtains, so to speak, and invite the neighbors in. What opportunity does this provide for us to show the community what happens here?
Well, I think there's a variety of things that you get to see when you come onto the base. First of all, if you typically do not get to access the base, it's just fun to see the base because it's something unique and different. You probably pass by it oftentimes, but you don't know what's in there. And so there's just the part about coming onto the base and seeing what it is. Beyond that, when you get to watch the aerial demonstrations that we're going to be able to watch over the next couple of days, there's a level of precision and teamwork that has to happen to make each one of those successful that I think reflects very well on our nation, on our military, and what we're able to do. It's a very technological force at this point, and for us to be able to demonstrate that in the air through an air show, I think gives you a window into seeing what that's all about. And those same things, being very precise, having excellent teamwork, those are things that matter across every single military mission set. And so I think there's an opportunity to get a sense of what it is that our military does and means by coming out to an air show and taking part in it.
And you mentioned it. You said Military City, USA, and San Antonio, so welcoming all the time. How important is that to us and what we do in the Air Force?
I'll just say we could not do what we do without our community. It's that simple, and this community is just extremely special. They really understand what it means to serve, and they serve in a very special way for us. And so, whether it's our military members and their families or our retirees, the bulk of them live out in the community. And day in and day out, I can just tell you they feel the support of Military City USA in a very real way. I've had a privilege of getting to understand that a little bit more in the position that I'm in currently, and it's a special relationship. And so for something like today, where we get a chance to share a little bit more of what we do in I would say a little more of a personal and very obvious and tangible way, it's just an exciting opportunity for us to be able to do that. We don't get to do that all the time, and so that's the beauty of the air show and the open house.
I think a lot of times if you're around it a lot, you can become a little bit jaded. We see aircraft every day, but I still love it. But what would you tell somebody maybe coming out here and experiencing the show for the first or the second time? What are the things they should go and see today?
Well, it's hard to split it out. I think the beauty of the air show plan is that we're going to have aerial acts going all day long. They're all really pretty amazing. We've got a lot of history and heritage with some of our warbirds. We've got the Thunderbirds here today. We've got some just different kinds of formation demonstrations. And so, hopefully you'll get a chance, if you're here at all, to see as much of that as you can, because for me, that's the beauty of the whole thing, is being able to look up and watch that happen. But on the ground, an incredible number of static displays. We've got a B-52, we've got a C-5, we've got a bunch of heritage kind of aircraft out, and so we've got a big recruiting presence. There's not going to be any lack of options here at the air show. Some great food. We've got a lot of STEM displays and activities. There's a kids area to come out, and if you have smaller children, to be entertained on a bunch of bouncy castles, and so I think there's going to be something for everyone, and I don't know that you can miss no matter where you go on the ramp today.
And actually a really cool and exciting moment. The T-7A Red Hawk, really for the first time, the public can actually get up close and personal and see this great new aircraft that AETC got.
Very proud of our new mission that we're bringing in here to AETC. Just going to be an incredible jump in capability in terms of what that airplane brings to flying training, and so we're excited to have it here.
Well, sir, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, what is your reason why you joined the Air Force and what keeps you serving today?
That's a great question. I always tell the story about when I was young, at some point I decided I wanted to fly airplanes. That's really what I wanted to do. And so we're here at an air show, and I've gotten to kind of pursue and follow that dream. And I am not shy about sharing that. But at the same time, I'll say your reason for why can change over time, and once you get into this awesome thing that is called the Air Force and serving people through that and getting to know others who do, it becomes really a way of life, and over time my why has changed to being more about how much I love serving with those around me and how much I identify with the mission of serving our nation. And so that's sort of how the evolution has gone for me, and I'm proud to be here today and representing this joint base in that way.
Well, thank you so much for dropping by. As the mayor, really, you are a very busy man, so we appreciate you taking time to stop and talk with us today.
It's my pleasure. It's going to be a great show. Thank you.
All right. Brigadier General Randy Oakland, the commander of the 502nd Air Base Wing and Joint Base San Antonio, and that was going to be the kickoff to a very great day. Now, I know we've had a lot of parking issues and a lot of changes to the plan, and so we're going to talk about those things here as we move along here at the Great Texas Airshow, day one rolling on, and we talked about the why for the Great Texas Airshow. Now let's get into the wow. We're prepared for that world-class aviation that we've been talking about over the last week or so, a variety of thrilling aerial demonstrations all weekend long from both military and civilian aviators, showcasing the power and precision of flight. Along with the Thunderbirds, we'll have demonstration teams for the mighty C-17 Globemaster, the KC-46 Pegasus, which is an aerial refueling tanker, and of course the F-22 Raptor. If you've never seen that fly, that is simply amazing. But the action, though, not just in the air, many historic and modern aircraft parked right here on the flight line for everybody, to include the T-7A Red Hawk that we just talked about with General Oakland. You could walk around these incredible aircraft, take pictures, meet the pilots, the maintenance crews who fly them every day and care for them. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Before we move into our next guest, we're going to take a quick look at some of the things we'll see over this weekend. Back here as day one of this Great Texas Airshow rolling on. I'm here now with the Deputy Director of this Great Texas Airshow, Major Desmond Gossier. Sir, how are you doing today?
I'm doing outstanding. How are you?
Good, good. Hey, we talked about it a little bit with General Oakland, but we have had a lot of changes over the last 24 to 48 hours. It's sunny and beautiful out here today, thank goodness. But over the last few days, we had a lot of weather, and it's created some challenges for the team. But you guys have overcome, and you have basically a brand new parking plan that you had to adjust really on the fly.
So absolutely. In the last 72 hours, we've had a lot of changes to the parking plan and to the airshow plan as a whole with respect to parking. And due to the inclement weather that we experienced, we did have to change the parking plan. And thanks to our partners in the community, as General Oakland had mentioned earlier, partnering with us and supporting us, we were able to get parking off of the installation at Judson High School, Judson Middle School, as well as Rolling Oaks Mall. And so for non-DOD ID card holders, we are asking that those individuals go to those locations and park there. We do have a shuttle service provided by the 502nd Air Base Wing Logistics Readiness Squadron that will bus patrons who want to attend our air show to JBSA Randolph. The first bus has already departed those locations this morning, with the final bus leaving to JBSA Randolph at 1 o'clock. And so if anyone wants to attend our air show and they want to see the final acts, they need to be on that last bus at 1 o'clock to head to JBSA Randolph. And so for individuals who are DOD ID card holders, very limited parking here on JBS Randolph, as you've seen already this morning. We are asking those individuals to head to JBSA Lackland, JBSA Fort Sam Houston. We have identified locations there where, again, our LRS partners will bus them to JBSA Randolph and pick them up. Again, that last bus departs at 1300 at 1 o'clock. And so we're asking individuals who are DOD ID card holders, go to JBSA Lackland, go to JBSA Fort Sam Houston, get on a bus there. We will shuttle you over to JBSA Randolph. Last bus leaves at 1 o'clock if you want to come enjoy our air show.
And for those watching, if you are like, oh, I didn't catch that, you can go to our social media pages at Joint Base San Antonio, also jbsa.mil, which is the website, which should have the latest and greatest information on that. But very important that a lot of people know that it is different, so you can't necessarily bring as much stuff with you as you would like to.
That is correct. And so because we are using buses to transport spectators to JBSA Randolph, you will not be able to bring as many things with you. So if you have like a wagon or a cooler, we ask that you leave those types of things at home. If you already have in the vehicle, unfortunately, you are going to have to leave them in the vehicle. We will do our best to accommodate things like strollers and car seats. And, of course, we got to have those diaper bags, right? And so it just makes the onboarding and offloading process onto the buses a lot easier. So if folks could leave things like wagons and unnecessary items on the bus or in their vehicles, it'll make the process go a lot smoother.
Yeah, and really a testament probably over the last 24 to 48 hours on the team. I mean, you guys had to completely pivot from the plan.
We did, and so that just speaks to the resiliency of the team and the quality of the individuals that were selected by General Oakland and his staff to lead this air show. This is something that we have been planning for the last 18 to 24 months, and a lot of that plan maybe went out of the window in the last 72 hours, but we were able to flex. Again, the resiliency of our teammates, but also the support of our community enabled a lot of this. And so, I definitely want to thank all of our partners in the 502nd Air Base Wing, the Logistics Readiness Squadron, in particular with the busing, right? Our 502nd Civil Engineer Squadron, with all of the support they've been providing. Yeah, there's so many squadrons in the 502nd Air Base Wing that provide the various types of support that General Oakland mentioned earlier, but I have to thank them all. But I would be remiss if I did not thank, the Judson ISD, because without their partnership at the very last minute to support us, we wouldn't have thousands of parking spots at one of their high schools and one of their middle schools. I have to thank the management staff at Rolling Oaks Mall as well, because without them, we wouldn't have even more parking. So really thanks to the community. That partnership is very invaluable to what we do here for this air show, but supporting JBSA airmen, sailors, soldiers, and Marines every day.
So what I'm hearing, flexibility is the key to air power.
It is the key to our air power, absolutely, yes.
Hey, so as you guys are coming on out to the air show, we do have a list of things that you can and cannot bring to the air show. Airshow, so we want to make sure that you see those right there on your screen. Obviously, not bringing the RV with you today. That fifth wheel, go ahead and leave that thing at home. But no weapons are allowed, obviously, on this United States Air Force installation, including firearms, knives, etc. Non-clear backpacks are prohibited, non-clear purses, and all bags, as a reminder, are subject to search. That's really important to note. Our security forces are out here, so please leave all that stuff at home. The list continuing there on your screen. Laser pointers, definitely don't bring a laser pointer. That's very dangerous for our pilots. And so no smoking or vaping. That's also not permitted here at Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph this weekend. So the list continuing to roll on there. And obviously, you know, the team here is dedicated to making your experience a great one here. No rollerblades or scooters either out here, so you can see all that. Don't bring it, but we're dedicated to having you out here this weekend. Can't wait for the flying acts to start here in just a few hours. The gates are open. Come on out. Go to the Rolling Oaks Mall or Judson High School, middle school area for transportation. Again, that information available on our social media platforms as well as jbsa.mil. Be sure to log on at 11 a.m. We'll be featuring the many aerial acts that we're going to have on display. And then finally, around 3 o'clock, we'll be back on the air for the third time today to bring you the headliners, the Thunderbirds. That's going to be a great act as well. So gates are about ready to open up to everybody from all of us here at Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph. We will see you throughout the day. We'll see you here on Facebook at 11 a.m. as well. So for our entire third audio-visual squadron crew, I'm Dan Hawkins. So long. We'll talk to you later.
as a combat scenario plays out in the ground in front of you and the skies above.
It's going to be a great afternoon. The aerial evacs about ready to get underway. Welcome back to our broadcast position here at the heart of the Great Texas Airshow here at Joint Base San Antonio-Randolph. I'm Dan Hawkins from the Air Force Public Affairs team. Delighted to be with you. It's going to be a great afternoon. The aerial evacs about ready to get underway. Of course, the world-famous Thunderbirds will take to the air around 4 o'clock Central Time. They've already been up in the air flew the hometown hero earlier today, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We are waiting for some updated information. I do want to stress, I know it may be a little bit stressful out there at the bus pickup areas. We are aware of the long lines, and our team is working to address all the issues out there. So please try to stay patient as we make this a safe family environment for everybody out there. It can be trying. I totally get that. So just know that we are working on that as a team here at Joint Base San Antonio to improve that experience. But right now, we're going to kick it out to the Air Boss as we get the aerial portion of our day started.
Today for supporting the Great Texas Airshow 2026. And one more time, let's give a round of applause to the entire team that supports these flights every day. That includes the instructor pilots, the maintainers, the air traffic controllers, operation teams, and support personnel who make the Randolph flying mission possible. Come on, Randolph. Let's let them know how much we appreciate what they do every day.
Georgia, and the world-famous Flying Tigers is the narrator for today's demo. Today we will showcase the U.S. Air Force combat power and capabilities using 3 different aircraft shown by the Air Force combat aviators you'll see today. You will bear witness to low-altitude combat tactics in a search and rescue operation. The elite Air Force personnel executing this mission are the F-16 Vipers from down the road at Joint Base Kelly, San Antonio, A-10 Warthogs from the Moody Air Force Base, Georgia, and HH-60 Jolly Green helicopters from Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico. We ask for your full attention as a combat scenario plays out in the ground in front of you and the skies above. American combat air crew take to the skies with an understanding of the inherent danger and risk in the execution of their missions. In the event of a down-friendly aircraft, the United States Air Force has specially trained rescue forces at the ready, prepared to risk their own lives to fulfill the sacred promise that no one gets left behind. Today, Claw 7-4 has ejected from his aircraft and reached the ground safely next to the runway. The rescue force is on the way. On the ground, Claw 7-4 has come under attack from enemy forces. He attempts to dig in his own defensive position and readies himself for extraction. He's ready to move on command if required for pickup. Embedded in the search and rescue team is Legion 2-5, a joint terminal air attack controller, one of the few individuals who are qualified to control aircraft and sequence attacks with friendly ground forces in close proximity. Joint Terminal Air controllers work with ground force commanders to understand the tactical battle situation, then communicate with the supporting aircraft to utilize their sensors and weapons to protect and bolster friendly forces. Together they will find, fix, and engage enemy combatants and their equipment. Now watch in real time as American aircraft are integrated into the battle space using shows of force, guns, and bombs on enemy positions. Gunfighter 1-1, Legion 2-5, Claw is taking contact from the west. I need you in from a show of force east or west above his position. Am I able to hear him? Gunfighter, Legion 2-5.
Legion 2-5, Gunfighter, go ahead.
Gunfighter, Legion 2-5, Claw is taking contact from the west. I need you in now. Show of force, east or west above his position.
Second.
Gunfighter, how copy?
Gunfighter copies, in from the east, 30 seconds.
Gunfighter, confirmed. Tally, enemy position. We need you now north-south with guns ASAP.
Gunfighter 1, tally, visual. We'll be in from the north. High guns.
Cleared hot, cleared hot. The F-16, call sign Gunfighter, is a fourth-generation multi-role fighter aircraft, excelling in both air-to-air and the air-to-ground regime. Pilots maneuver to startle, distract, and deter enemy forces closing on friendly position. The opposition is now certain that they are in the crosshairs of American air power and that defeat or death will be upon them soon. The F-16 has been employed for over 45 years, performing a variety of mission sets to include suppression of enemy air defenses, offensive and defensive counter-air, as well as close air support. The formation of F-16s is led by Captain Michael Flash Bashirs and his wingman. His wingman is Lieutenant Colonel Richard Oscar Greer. With the enemy forces persisting in its attack, precise and overwhelming firepower is now required. The U.S. Air Force premier aircraft for combat search and rescue, the A-10 Warthog, has just checked in, call sign Sandy, capable and ready to do whatever it takes to neutralize the enemy and secure the pickup location in defense of friendly forces. Equipped with targeting and defensive sensors and nearly 16,000 pounds of ordnance and a 30-millimeter cannon, these highly trained aviators provide close air support and vital armed overwatch to the team and recovery helicopter during this rescue mission. those are good effects, good effects. Sandy, Legion 2-5, confirm. Establishing the hold to the south, call ready fire mission.
Sandy, you ready?
From Claw 7 Force position, enemy 1,000 meters west, vehicles in the open, bomb on target. Call tally.
Sandy, visual tally, Sandy's in.
Sandy, cleared hot, cleared hot.
I know.
Sandy, good effects, good effects. The A-10 in today's demo is piloted by Major Abby Soju Walters. Sandy, Legion, reattack, requesting immediate reattacks, enemy technical vehicles and dismounted personnel, 30 millimeter, danger close, make attacks south and north.
Sandy copies, danger close. Sandy's visual tally in from the south, 30 seconds. Sandy's in from the south.
Sandy, cleared hot. Sandy, those are good effects. Jolly. Legion 2-5 PZ is secure. Claw 7-4 ready for exfil. Jolly 1-1, Legion 2-5, how copy? Prior to the pickup, the rescue mission commander, the JTAC, and the fighter aircraft worked to neutralize remaining enemy forces and ensure safe passage for the rescue helicopter. The HH-60 Jolly Green 2 is advanced avionics and defensive systems to locate survivors quickly and get them to safety. Today's demonstration helicopter is commanded by Major Ben Grancy, co-pilot Madison Lloyd, and their crew of Special Mission Aviators, Staff Sergeants Ian Medina and Tyler In the next few minutes, you will see the participating aircraft of the Combat Search and Rescue demonstration return to base. First, you will see our F-16s depart to the west towards Kelly Field and the A-10s. Next, on the runway here at Randolph Air Force Base, followed by Jolly to take the final bow. We'd like to thank our participants from the 512th Rescue Squadron, the 23rd Fighter Group, and the 182nd Fighter Squadron, as well as local support from the 12th Operations Group here at Randolph Air Force Base. None of what you see here would be possible without the continued support and partnership of the community and its citizens. These are just some of the normal operations that occur every day across the Air Force, the world's premier force for air, space, and cyberspace lethality. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 2026 Integrated Air Power Combat Search and Rescue demonstration. We hope you enjoyed our effort to showcase a few of the wide-ranging combat capabilities of the United States Air Force and the combat air power of CSAR forces. If you have any further questions about Air Force combat power, please stop by the static displays of our aircraft and meet with the members of your United States Air Force. Thank you.
Combat Search and Rescue demonstration as those aircraft recover. We couldn't do that with the help of some amazing sponsors. That includes our title sponsor, Methodist Northeast Healthcare, for their exceptional support of the air show. We also want to thank Randolph Brooks Federal Credit Union for being a title sponsor this year. The RBFCU is proud to have a military heritage that started here at JBSA Randolph and is proud to serve all their members. We're also grateful to Silver Eagle Beverages for being a title sponsor this year. We're also proud of their support of the Budweiser Folds of Honor and Modelo Leave No Veteran Behind projects. Thank you to Silver Eagle for your generous support of our Great Texas Airshow 2026. Also, we want to thank T-Mobile for their excellent support of the air show this year, and our huge thank you goes out to our associate sponsors, Boeing and CPS Energy, for their great support of this year's air show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a real treat for you as you face the runway. Direct your attention to the left. It's now pulled out onto the runway. Up next is the world's first single-engine jet fighter. It's the oldest jet aircraft flying on the air show circuit today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the de Havilland DH-115, the Vampire, flown by Mr. Jerry Conley. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch that beautiful Vampire aircraft depart to your right, he'll be returning here to the air show area momentarily as he builds a little airspeed. Now, let's take you back to early in 1941. The de Havilland Company in England faced a huge task. They had to develop a new jet engine as well as create an airframe for it to fly in. The development program proved successful, and the DH-115 Vampire made its first flight in September of 1943. The first production aircraft to the Royal Air Force, or the RAF, came at the close of the war in April of 1945. So it wasn't quite quick enough to make it into World War II, but it certainly ushered in the jet age and was the first jet fighter. And like I said, is the oldest jet aircraft flying on the air show circuit today. Now, as Jerry circles around behind you, look over your left shoulder as he'll make his way back here to Air Show Center. Hey, Jerry, it's Rob on the stand. Can you hear us?
Hey, Rob, how about a great day here at the Vampire Sky?
Yes, sir, it is. Great Texas Airshow 2026 is going well, and you're looking great, sir, as you roll in from our left. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's got the smoke on as he rolls in. We're going to let him pull out, and then we're going to talk to him about several of the things that are amazing about this aircraft. It was one of the first generation jet engine, the Goblin 35B. Now, it produced initially, get this, 3,500 pounds of thrust. Jerry, tell us about what it's like to fly that airplane.
Well, you get used to flying an airplane with limited thrust because these were the first generation jet engines. So we fly on the wing of the airplane using altitude and airspeed.
Well, roger that, sir. I also know that the flying controls are pretty much manually operated without any power assistance. No fly-by-wire, no radar, hydraulics, and you even had manual gun sights. Tell us about that.
Well, actually, the cool thing about this airplane is this is the world's first fly-by-wire jet. I pull out a half-inch wire and things move.
I got you. Manual wires. I understand. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right.
Interesting thing about the airplane is that this was built in World War II, and the fuselage that I'm sitting in is balsa wood and plywood.
Wow, Jerry, I guess the folks are here looking to make sure we heard you. The fuselage is balsa wood and plywood. That's amazing.
Yes, sir. During World War II, limited materials, they found that with the Mosquito fighter bomber, it can take a lot of battle damage because it's like shooting a 50 caliber into a phone book. Whereas most airplanes, the bullet would pass right through. In this aircraft, it stops it dead as it hits the fuselage.
Well, roger that, Jerry. I think that wood composite was also used in the Mosquito fighters of World War II, I believe, right?
Absolutely. We'll give you a nice slow roll here with the airplane.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Jerry is completing that nice slow roll, you see the beautiful silhouette of that Vampire aircraft. Now, Jerry, I know that it wasn't just a pretty airplane, it also carried some amazing armament. Tell us a little bit about the offensive power of that airplane.
This airplane was actually like the A-10 of the late 40s and early 50s. We carry 4 20-millimeter cannons in the nose, 8 unguided rockets under the wings with 2 1,000-pound bombs. The airplane's famous history was the Suez Canal. When it was invaded, they sent in a squadron of Vampires and destroyed everything in sight. The Arabs at the time called it whistling death.
Well, that's amazing. Well, Jerry, we see you diving in from our right as we face the runway. Smoke is on. What are we going to see here?
A nice 4-point roll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, count them with me. Here we go. Jerry, there's 1. There's 2. Come on, I can't hear you. There's 3. And there's 4. That's an amazing feat, ladies and gentlemen, with the historic jet, Jerry Conley, showing you the 4-point hesitation roll. Well, Jerry, as you circle around and begin a left turn, what can we expect next?
We're going to give you a little bit of the performance of this airplane. Remember, this was built in 1945, and the airplane holds the world speed record for the Reno Jet Air Races at 545 miles per hour. So now we're going to give you a little bit of the vertical performance of the airplane.
All right, Jerry, we're ready to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention high and to the left. Here he comes, diving in.
And this is what we call a Cuban 8.
Now watch here, ladies and gentlemen, as Jerry's down low across Air Show Center. He pulls back on the stick, begins to pull upward. He's going to show you the half Cuban 8. It's going to start out looking like a loop. Watch as he gets to the top of the aircraft.
So now as we go up over the top with the smoke on, we look down at everybody. We let the nose drop, roll to the 45 down line, and then wash and repeat.
Looking good so far, Jerry.
This aircraft is actually the great-great-grandfather of every modern fighter flying today.
Well, Jerry, you're looking pretty good. Not you, but the airplane's looking pretty good for its age. Spectacular display here in this clear Texas sky today.
Well, we absolutely love keeping this history available. The airplane is only one. We have 5 of the airplanes. There was 5,000 built, and this is one of 7 left remaining in the world.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing, Jerry. Now here I saw an interesting fact about that the Vampire was the first jet aircraft to cross the Atlantic in 1948 and the first jet aircraft to set a world altitude record of 59,500 feet in March of that same year, 1948.
Absolutely. As far as the Navy goes, this jet was the first jet to ever land on a moving aircraft carrier deliberately.
That's awesome. I believe that happened on the HMS Ocean in December of 1945, correct?
Yes, sir. And if you saw the takeoff roll today and the landing roll, you'll see just how amazing it was to get a jet fighter with no catapult off of a deck of an aircraft carrier.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you face the runway, look to the right. Here comes Jerry with a beautiful photo opportunity. Get your cameras out. This would be a great look at the de Havilland Vampire.
You guys have a blessed day. We want to thank the Army, Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, and Marines for what they've done for us today to give us a chance to experience freedom and be out here serving.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for Mr. Jerry Conley and the de Havilland Vampire. Jerry, great job up there today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as he circles that aircraft back, watch as he's going to circle in to land here on the runway in front of you. Some interesting things about this aircraft that we didn't talk about is it really has the ability to go all the way to a service ceiling of 43,000 feet, even though it set a record above 59,000 feet. For an aircraft of its day, it absolutely was spectacular. Here he is from the left, low and fast. But Jerry's honored to be here with you today, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to thank his sponsors that help keep him flying as he makes his way across the air show circuit. Those include Avonics, Lift Flight Helmets, Gulf Coast Avionics, and Mountain High Oxygen. Ladies and gentlemen, one more huge round of applause for Mr. Jerry Conley and the Vampire. Ladies and gentlemen, as Jerry continues to circle to land, we have a real treat for you. We didn't know if this was going to actually happen today, but they've actually been able to work us into a real-world training mission. Overhead shortly will be the Rockwell B-1B Lancer, supersonic varial sweep-wing heavy bomber, nicknamed the Bone. Now, I've had people ask me, Rob, how come it's called the Bone? Well, there's a number of stories out there where the Bone nickname comes from, but if you just think about it, if you spell out the number 1, you put a B in front of it, you get a B and a 1, squeeze those together, you get Bone. That's the simplest and most family-friendly story that I can tell you about this aircraft. It's a spectacular aircraft. It is still in use today. You've seen it in current real-world operations around the globe, even as in recent weeks. This aircraft is from Dyess Air Force Base. It's courtesy of the 345th Bomb Squadron stationed at Dyess Air Force Base, Texas. The Reserve Squadron assigned to the 489th Bomb Group and an associate unit of the 7th Bomb Wing. Now, while Jerry lands and the B-1 makes their way inbound, the B-1 is carrying the largest conventional payload of both guided and unguided weapons in the Air Force inventory. The multi-mission B-1 is the backbone of America's long-range bomber force. It can rapidly deliver massive quantities of precision and non-precision weapons against an adversary anywhere in the world at any time. One of the Air Force 3 strategic bomber types, which also include the B-2 Spirit and the B-52 Stratofortress. The B-1 is a highly versatile multi-mission weapon system that has synthetic aperture radars capable of tracking, targeting, and engaging moving vehicles, as well as self-targeting and terrain-following modes. In addition, it has an extremely accurate global positioning system, aided inertial INS capable, which enables the crews to navigate without the aid of ground-based navigational aids. It can engage targets with an amazing high level of precision. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to the left. Here comes the B-1 from the left. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the crew of Crook 1, the B-1 bomber from Dyess Air Force Base, they now know that you're standing and cheering with that amazing pass from them. Let's give them another huge round of applause for them working us into their real-world mission. What you saw is part of a 4.5-hour flight where they departed Dyess Air Force Base. They're doing training all across the southwestern part of the United States, and they were able to work into their mission to make that single pass for you right here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026.
The B-1B Lancer, just a beautiful aircraft, a surprise, able to fly through on a training mission, a majestic sight. Delighted to be back here at Broadcast Central of day one of this 2026 Great Texas Airshow. Delighted to have Lieutenant Colonel Doug Greenwell here. He's the Director of Air Operations here at the Great Texas Airshow. Wow, that's a big rabbit out of the hat, sir. Love that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very lucky to get the B-1 today with the high-speed pass there. Very loud and exciting for the crowd.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of aircraft here, a massive lineup here at the Great Texas Airshow. But for somebody that's maybe experiencing this for the first time, how would you describe the experience, the vibe of this year's airshow?
Well, honoring 250 years, right? So the jolly exercise that you just saw is happening in the real world, and so it was great to see that, and hopefully the patrons here today understand that those HH-60s and A-10s and F-16s that are overhead are showing you what the actual warriors are doing out right now.
Yeah, and we're pretty lucky because a lot of air shows, due to operational requirements, conflicts around the world, not able to do their air shows. And to get to see a B-1B, we're pretty fortunate.
Absolutely, yes, very fortunate.
Yeah, so a massive lineup of aircraft on the ground this weekend. What are some of the must-sees in your mind that people should go out and see while they're here?
Well, I flew F-15s, so the fighters for sure. The F-35s, we have them out on the static ramp. But like I just said, HH-60s, absolutely not. You don't want to miss that. Like I said, considering what's happening in the world right now, very fortunate to have those on the static ramp as well as the performer. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, so a fighter guy, but when you go to an air show, what's maybe that thing that you're like, I got to see that fly when it's up in the air?
Well, I still have to stick with the fighter theme. The F-22. The F-22 demo, we, again, are very lucky to have them here. And they are my I want to see it every single time show.
Yeah. So if you got to pick, I have to fly another airplane, it'd be the F-22?
I'd probably go back to the Eagle. But the F-22 would be great.
So there are a lot of moving parts at an air show that the people don't see. Can you kind of explain what your role is and the team that's helped you make all this happen?
Sure, yes. I work very closely with Mr. Wayne Boggs, who's our air boss. He's the one that's controlling the show right now. Between him and myself and my team with Major Fidel Castor, he's my deputy air ops director. We built the schedule, and he executes it right now in a safe manner. So that's what we do on our side.
Yeah, so what are maybe some of the unique things about this air show as you guys planned it over the last couple of years that makes this kind of special in your mind?
Yeah, so Joint Base San Antonio, right? Fort Sam, Houston. We have every branch represented here in the San Antonio area, and so bringing those Army assets here onto an Air Force base is quite unique for an air operations air show that you would see here. So that was a unique part.
Yeah, and it's taken, a long time. Basically, after you get done with one air show, you kind of jump into planning for the next air show. Can you just talk about your team and specifically all the efforts they put in to make this happen?
Yeah, so we've been doing this, like you said, for the last 2 years. Kind of slow at first, and then obviously ramps up really fast here at the end. Like I said, I'd like to thank Major Castor, my deputy, Captain Christopher, who's my hospitality, his whole team there, Sergeant Sandage, Sergeant Cooper, Sergeant Granados, all of our hospitality team, everybody, all the air show participants here have all the performers have had nothing but good things to say about them, and I just wanted to call them out. They've done an excellent job.
At the end of the day, when the planes are tucked away and the crowds head off base, what do you hope that they head home with, that feeling that the crowd here this weekend takes home? Yeah,
the jet noise you heard right there, I hope it gets them going, right? I hope they think of the fact that we're honoring 250 years of freedom here in America, and the ladies and gentlemen that you see flying above us are what's securing that freedom for them.
Yeah, and so I always like to ask guests, especially thinking about the reasons why we do air shows and this year honoring America, but what inspired you to join the Air Force?
Well, my dad was a retired Air Force as well. He was active duty when I went to ROTC, and he was a big inspiration for me, as well as both my grandparents and my grandmother were both in the military. So all of that kind of drove me to that point, and I've been very fortunate to be in the military for as long as I have been, and looking forward to the next chapter at some point.
Yeah, well, thank you for your service, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
That's Lieutenant Colonel Doug Greenwell. He's the Director of Air Operations here at this Great Texas Air Show. Day one, rolling along. We're going to kick it back out to Rob Lowe, our air boss, to take you out to some more aerial acts.
The MiG exploded. It was the first of 827 MiGs to be shot down in Korea, and the very first jet versus jet victory ever. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, Ace Maker Air Shows and Greg Collier. Well, Come on, Randolph. How about that? Amazing high-speed pass followed by slow-speed roll, Mr. Greg Collier. Now, in addition to air shows, Greg instructs at Edwards Air Force Base Test Pilot School and the United inverted pass in the T-33. But Greg couldn't come to an amazing air show like the Great Texas Airshow 2026 without the help of some sponsors. And he'd like to thank Concord Batteries, Strong Parachutes, Wayland Lighting, and Jim at Airtronics for their continued support of Ace Maker Aviation. Now, Greg's not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eye on him as he circles high and to the right. This next pass, he's going to show you what the aircraft looks like when it's configured to land. It's a maneuver he calls the dirty pass. You might say, Rob, why is it called dirty? Well, it really has to do with all the drag that the aircraft creates in this configuration. Watch low and to the right as he begins to line up with the runway. You'll see the landing gear come down. You'll see the flaps begin to extend. If you watch the nose, you'll see the nose begin to come up slightly as Greg comes up on the power to keep the aircraft flying as the airspeed degrades. This is what the aircraft would look like as it settles into land. Gear down, flaps down, and he tracks the center line of the runway. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, Greg Collier in the dirty pass. Randolph, you're getting to see the high-speed pass. You saw the slow landing configuration. We've seen the maneuvering capability of this very historic aircraft. Now watch as Greg continues to turn around. He's going to show you some of the max performance of this aircraft. He does it in the form of a horizontal figure eight. Now keep your eye on him as he's cleaning the aircraft up. He's pushing the throttles up. This will be the max performance horizontal eight from Ace Maker Air Shows. Now, as Greg continues to fly to his favorite theme song, Air Show Hero, ladies and gentlemen, this aircraft not only historic for its history and connection to our country, for the generations of airmen that it is trained to fly, but this aircraft has a direct type aircraft connection to Randolph Air Force Base. This aircraft was used right here at Randolph Air Force Base to train several generations of airmen and warfighters in the history of the United States Air Force. Now, he's completed that horizontal 8. I want you to keep your eye on him. He'll circle around. He'll come back from your right to your left. And I believe what we'll see will be a 4-point hesitation roll. Greg continues to demonstrate the maneuverability and the control ability of this amazing trainer aircraft. Here he is from the right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have that perfect memory yet, get your cameras now. Get them out now. Coming over your left shoulder, this is your best photo opportunity of the day. This is Greg Collier, Ace Maker Air Shows in the T-33. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the performance for the Ace Maker Air Shows and the T-33 with Mr. Greg Collier, call sign Wired, today. As he circles back to land, let's give him one more huge round of applause and thanks for being part of our Great Texas Air Show 2026. Now, folks, we'd like to recognize all of our Gold Star families who are in attendance today. We thank them for remaining part of our military community, and we honor the service of their loved one. As you enjoyed today's air show, don't forget to recycle. There are blue recycle bins and clear plastic bags throughout the venue. Please also remember, no trash, no food, no liquids, and no takeout containers or utensils in the recycling bins or bags. Thank you for supporting your JBSA qualified recycling program by recycling right. Now, if you have some trash that's not recycling, we want you to pick that up as well. We want you to put that in one of the many numerous containers we have throughout the air show area. That is part of a safety risk for us. You are now as attendee here. You're part of our air show team, and we want you to help us pick up anything. It may not be your trash, but here's the risk. That trash could blow out across our fence into our performance area. It could become a hazard to our aircraft and our performers. We call that foreign object damage, or FOD. So anything on the ground, we need your help today as part of our air show team. Pick it up, put it in a trash can, and help us keep our area safe, keep our area clean, and we will have a wonderful day here at the Great Texas Air Show 2026 as we let freedom roar and we continue to honor 250 years of freedom here in the United States. Well, our next performer is taxiing out. I see him far and to the right. So if you're up near the front fence, you will see a very historic aircraft come from our right to our left here momentarily. Now, when he gets directly in front of the Air Boss and announcer stand here, we're going to stop talking for just a minute because it's a little loud when it comes by. But I've been joined on the stand by the owner, operator, and creator of Fighter Jets Incorporated. Mr. Randy W. Ball is here with me. Randy is North America's premier jet demonstration pilot. Fighter Jets Incorporated has one of their MiG-17s here with us today. Mr. Bill Culberson is flying it, and Randy is able to join me on the stand. Randy, welcome. We're glad to have you.
It's great to be here.
Well, Randy, I know that Bill is flying one of the MiG-17s as part of Fighter Jets Incorporated, but this particular MiG has a very interesting, unique history itself.
It is a very fascinating aircraft. It is the Soviet Union's very first all-weather interceptor, the first missile-carrying fighter for the Soviet Union, and it is the only example of its type flying on the planet. It was taken to, flew it to Oshkosh about 5 years ago, where it was entered in every category and then won every category first place. It is a phenomenal restoration. Mr. John Blanchett of upstate New York did the restoration on the aircraft.
Now, Randy, I told the folks a little earlier that there's a unique story to the MiG-17 in that it actually, while it's a Soviet bloc aircraft, it was our primary nemesis in the Southeast Asian conflict in Vietnam, but the aircraft actually contributed to bringing our American war fighters home from Vietnam.
It did. We actually had 82 combat losses to the MiG-17 in the Vietnam conflict, but in 1967, you can Google the have drill, have donut. The aircraft, the Israelis stole 3 MiG-17s and 2 MiG-21s, turning over to the U.S. CIA, and we took them and flew them in the desert out at Tonopah, Area 51, and figured out how to kill them. And what we discovered was it was the tightest turning fighter in the world at that time, from about 59 to 74 when the F-16 first flew, and it was really the nucleus of pushing us to develop what we call bantamweight fighters, which became the F-18 Hornet, the original Hornet, Legacy Hornet, and the F-16 Falcon.
And that very F-16 still lives today, and we're going to see the Thunderbirds fly it here later. So this aircraft, the MiG-17, primary nemesis of the F-4, the A-4, the A-7, our other aircraft in the skies over Southeast Asia and Vietnam. You talked about the losses, Randy, we talked about the turning capability, but we learned what it could do. We also learned where its weaknesses were, and then we exploited that, right?
Correctly. We took them into Area 51 and flew them against everything we had in the Vietnam War, and what we figured out is where its blind spots were, that it could turn incredibly tight, tighter than anything else in the sky, but that at certain speeds it would have some blind spots, and we could take advantage of those.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Fighter Jets Incorporated MiG-17.
One of the questions I get a lot is the afterburner flickering, and it is not really flickering. At night, it just looks like a solid flame, but in the daytime, the wing on a MiG-17 is anhedral, meaning that the wing tips are lower than the fuselage. So it creates an interesting vortices off the aircraft, causing the long tail of an early model afterburner to actually have a rise and fall in it, which gives the illusion to the naked eye that it's flickering.
Well, Randy, that's one of the very unique things about the aircraft. Also very iconic and distinct is the swept wing design of the aircraft. Now, Bill is going to circle around to our right, ladies and gentlemen, as we look face towards the runway. And I believe he's going to give us an up-close and personal look at the top of that airframe as he comes by. And you'll be able to see that swept wing that we'll talk about more in just a minute.
The wing, when I get another view of it, it actually has two different swings. It's 48 degrees of sweep from the wing root to the midpoint, and 45 from the midpoint to the wing tip. It has two different airfoils as well, which is quite a unique design given the fact that it was all done by slide rule and math back in the day, no computer design at all. The initial one had a single taper from the wingtip, from the fuselage to the wingtip, but it was later modified because they were trying to create a fighter that would outturn anything in the sky, which is what they ultimately accomplished.
Well, Randy, we're going to get to see some of that maneuverability as Bill dives in from the left, ladies and gentlemen. I believe what we'll see here is a 4-point hesitation roll. Watch here from the left. This is the MiG-17. Randy, Bill is climbing high and to our right here, showing you some of the amazing vertical capability. I think you've told me before, when you pull back in those high-speed passes, you're doing upwards of like 40,000 feet per minute, right?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of pitch authority you have in the aircraft. If you use around 500 knots to 530 knots indicated airspeed, particularly on a day as nice and cool as this, you get an initial climb rate of about 45,000 feet a minute, which would take you from the surface here at Randolph to about 2 miles high, about 12,000 feet in about 9 seconds.
Well, keep your eye on Bill as he circles out in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe what we'll see is he'll make his way back to show center and show us some of that tight turning capability that Randy talked about a little bit earlier. Now, Randy, as he does that, we may have to stop for the noise. But tell us a little bit about, we talked about learning about the capabilities of this airplane, but how did we get that out to our warfighters? Because not everybody was in on all those top secret tests. How did we tell the forces about it so they could do it in Vietnam?
All that is correct. And for those of you that watched the original Top Gun movie, at the beginning of the sequence, it all said about the Navy formed beginning of the Top Gun movie, they talk about the Navy wanted to develop a school to teach warfighting techniques, but at the time that first movie came out, it was still classified. But what we can now talk about is that what they were designing the school was to teach them how to fight MiGs, how to kill MiGs in Vietnam.
So, Randy, I think what eventually the Top Gun got created so we could get the word out to the forces. The people that go to Top Gun go back and teach some of that in their squadrons,
yep,
right?
That's correct.
And then
correct.
eventually it changed our kill ratio in Vietnam, right?
Our kill ratio before this happened was 1-to-1 to 2-to-1, and by 1973, and after a result of this R&D and teaching, our kill ratio against the aircraft had gone to 14-to-1. If you ever watch the movie, the original Top Gun movie, at one of the scenes at the top of the stairs, there's actually silhouettes that'll show MiG-21s and MiG-17s that came from that program on the wall.
That's absolutely amazing. And it wasn't just the Navy that had that problem. We also had the Air Force that had to get the word out as well. So the Fighter Weapons School, the Test Pilot School, and then eventually Red Flag all incorporated some of the teachings in the Air Force like we did in the Navy through Top Gun.
All incorporated that. Of course, in the U.S. Air Force went to the Congress to develop what we now call the Bantamweight Fighter Competition to come up with our version of that, a way to kill it.
So Bill comes by, gives us one more great look at that beautiful airplane, Randy. What else have we not talked about Fighter Jets Incorporated and the MiG-17 that we haven't talked about yet today?
Well, some of the cool things that Fighter Jets is doing right now, we have partnered up with the Collins Foundation as we are brought back for the first time in about 8 years the F-4 Phantom. So later this summer, we'll debut the only flying F-4 Phantom back on the air show circuit. And in a couple of air shows, it will actually fly with the MiG-17. Of course, it'll kill it right in front of the crowd. So it'll be, whoever the pilot is for the day will die valiantly in front of the U.S. Air Force's Phantom.
Well, Randy, I know that partnership with the Collins goes deeper than just the F-4. We've got the F-100. There is a TA-4 that's also going to be demonstrated along with MiGs. Yep. Here he is from the left, Randy.
High speed into the vertical. If you'd like to see video from the cockpit today and video from the rest of the aircraft, stuff like that, at Facebook, Randy W. Ball has got a lot of great stuff on it. Fighter Jets on Facebook, as well as fighterjets.com on the web.
So, Randy, I think what we're about to see is a high-speed pass from Bill Culberson, and I know when you fly this, you're telling us how fast you're going. I'm thinking we may hear that from Bill here in just a minute as he talks to the Air Boss. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras out. This is going to be phenomenal. The high-speed pass, it'll be in full afterburner. The MiG-17, and Randy talked about this being the unique version of the MiG-17, the only one flying in the world today. And we get to see Bill bring that by here momentarily. Now, Randy, I'm looking for him, and my old eyes don't see him at the moment, but he should be building some airspeed. He's going to trade that altitude for airspeed. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, low and from the right, Mr. Bill Culberson, the Fighter Jets Incorporated MiG-17. Oh, I told you that was going to be cool. How cool was that, Randolph? Absolutely amazing. Now, Randy, I think we're probably in the 90, 91 range in terms of 90% speed of the sound.
Right. He would have been between 0.88 and 0.90 Mach at that speed. So he's covering 9 miles a minute.
Yeah, isn't that absolutely incredible? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if that was too fast for your camera, keep your camera out. Bill's going to give us one more pass. He's got enough gas to come by one more time. So get your cameras ready. This will be a great opportunity to catch a once-in-a-lifetime, rare opportunity to catch this historic MiG-17 that helped bring our warfighters home from Vietnam, courtesy of Fighter Jets Incorporated. Like Randy said, you can find them on social at Fighter Jets Incorporated. You can find them at fighterjetsincorporated.com. Here it is from the left, ladies and gentlemen, the MiG-17, Bill Culberson. Well, Randy, as Bill circles around the land and we wrap up the Fighter Jets Incorporated MiG-17 performance here today, what else do you like the crowd to know about what y'all are doing? We talked about the Collins Foundation. We talked about your MiGs. And what else is going on with y'all this year?
Well, of course, we do a STEM events as well. We provide educational opportunities to air shows where we can work with the youth of today. But we like to teach the history. We like to teach the history of the United States and how we got to where we are today. Being able to bring the Collins Foundation in with the A4 painted in the Fast Facts of Da Nang, the F-100 in Bud Day's Medal of Honor colors on his F-100 Super Sabre that will make a debut in a few weeks at an air show. The F-4 Phantom was going to do a number of air shows this summer as well. And then we're operating the one of only two Messerschmitt Me-262 German fighters that could be seen. So primarily, we fly MiG-17s. We're currently operating 5 to 6 MiG-17s throughout North America.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Randy, it's been an honor to have you on the stand here with us. I'm glad schedules worked out. You could join us here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026 while Bill flew the airplane. It's been an honor to have you on the stand. I know we're going to do it again tomorrow. But thanks for being here, and thanks for what Fighter Jets Incorporated is doing to keep history alive.
Great to be here. It's my 30th year at Randolph.
Yeah, that's awesome. 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for Randy W. Ball and Fighter Jets Incorporated along with Bill Culberson. Randy, thank you. It's an honor to have you here with us, sir. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. See you soon.
Gentlemen, up next is a father and son two-man formation aerobatic performance team. And here they are over your left shoulder. This is Ken Reeder, Austin Reeder, and Redline Air Shows. The lead aircraft is flown by Mr. Ken Reeder. His wingman is his son, Austin Reeder. As they split and come back towards the middle here, ladies and gentlemen, they fly the Vans RV-8, two-seat tandem aircraft, extremely versatile and the most popular amateur-built aircraft ever. Here they are, Redline Air Shows. Now, capable of 230 miles per hour, there are over 11,000 Vans aircraft flying worldwide. And watch as they climb simultaneously right and left. Airspeed degrades. They stand on the rudder pedal and both of them right back down here to terra firma. Watch here as they demonstrate opposing loops. Flying the loop opposite direction right past each other up top. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that is absolutely something. Here they come again. Whoa, come on, Randolph. How about it for Redline Air Shows right there? Now watch as they get to the top here, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to push the nose over. The aircraft tries to throw them out of the cockpit. The hooker harness holds them in place as they both dive right back here to show center.
Smoke on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the cockpit and listen to Ken and Austin talk to each other as they work through these next couple maneuvers.
Red line. Pull. In the float. Rest of the hammerhead. Red line. Pull. Set. Left. Red line. Kick. And roll. And pull.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about that little behind the scenes? Listen into the Red Line Air Show's father and son team of Ken and Austin Reeder. Now keep your eyes on them as they circle low and to the left. They've fallen into an in-trail formation. Watch as they continue to demonstrate the amazing capabilities of this phenomenal Vans RV-8 aircraft. As smoke comes back on, I want you to watch closely. Watch how Austin follows what his dad does. But wait, Ken's upside down and Austin's right side up. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Watch the continued rolls. Red Line Air Shows.
Roll down. And rolling out. Power up and pull.
Wow, I don't know about you, Randolph. That was absolutely spectacular. The amazing flight formation characteristics of Ken and Austin Reeder doing a great job showing you this in-trail formation flying, even when they do it opposite. Roll one way, roll the other. Watch here as they come from the right.
In the float. One pull. Two pull.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Ken talk about the hammerhead. Watch right here as the airspeed slows. They stand on the rudder pedal, simultaneous hammerheads. Red Line Air Shows right there.
And triple roll.
Now, we talked a little bit about Ken earlier. Well, Austin, flying the number 2 ship's been flying for 13 years, born and currently lives in the Cincinnati, Ohio area. He works full-time as a production manager for KCR Construction. Austin and Ken are building a new RV-8 aircraft that actually you're seeing fly in front of you now. Ken has built both of these aircraft about a decade apart, but they are kit aircraft from the Vans Aircraft Company that Ken has now built both of these. He's built a total of 5. But both of these now painted in the Red Line Air Show scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras out from the right. This is going to be spectacular. Ken and Austin Reeder, Red Line Air Shows. How about that, Randolph? You hear the power adjustments that the wingman's having to do to keep formation perfectly with the lead aircraft. As they roll back upright, turn their smoke off. Absolutely spectacular display of formation flight capabilities by Ken and Austin Reeder. Now, they've converted some of that speed into altitude. They're also up high with the smoke off, letting those engines cool off just a little bit. They've been working hard, but they're ready to dive back in and bring you more excitement from Red Line Air Shows. Ladies and gentlemen, smoke on from the left. Here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye on Ken and Austin as they climb high and to your right. This next maneuver is going to be one that is very interesting. I want you to watch what these aircraft do. They continue to swap the lead as they make the turn. Challenging maneuver for the wingmen to stay right in position, but you notice now on the left side, we've got Ken and Austin coming to you from the right. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? A little bit of deception as they pulled away. Now, I want you to watch closely as the formation has split. They're headed opposite directions. They're going to come back towards the middle and then pull up into a very special maneuver that is a treat and a tribute to you here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026. Now look at this rejoin maneuver, ladies and gentlemen. A half Cuban 8 on the left and a loop on the right. And look at the wingmen fall right in position. Only Redline Airshows does it with that precision, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a huge thanks and welcome. Thank you for being here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026. Well, ladies and gentlemen, out in front of you, Austin and Ken are doing a tribute to you, to all of the veterans, active duty and retired, to all of our service members and their families. That heart in the sky of Texas is Redline Airshow's tribute to you. Come on, Randolph, let's give them a huge round of applause. Ken and Austin would like to thank their sponsors, Hartzell Propeller and Hartzell Engine Technologies. They use the advanced structural composite propeller, providing superior performance and efficiency. JB Aircraft Engine Service is a supplier of the Redline engines, Champion Aerospace, Hooker Harness, EarthX Batteries, AdStar Fuel Systems, Wayland Engineering Aircraft Lighting, Flightline Interiors, Softy Parachutes, and Oregon Aero Aircraft Seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to have them here with us. One more huge round of applause for Ken and Austin Reeder and Redline Air Shows. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras out. Redline Air Show said they had enough gas for an extra pass. Our air boss, Wayne Boggs, has approved it. Here they are from the right. Redline Air Shows. There it is. One final pass, ladies and gentlemen, from Redline Air Shows, Ken and Austin Reeder. Such an honor to have them here with us. We couldn't do it without the help of some amazing sponsors that helped pull together the Great Texas Air Show 2026. Some of those sponsors that help make this happen for us, ladies and gentlemen, include a huge thank you to our associate sponsors, Boeing and CPS Energy. Their great support of this air show allowed us to pull this amazing thing together for you. We also want to throw out a huge sponsor to our huge thank you to our title sponsor, enhance our air show this year, and all of these sponsors together help pull this together. We couldn't do it without them. It's an amazing community here. You heard the commander talk about that earlier. The partnership between the San Antonio area, the United States military. It's not known as Military City because it's not earned. It certainly is earned, and we're so honored to partner with you, the community. It's our absolute honor to have you on base with us here today for the Great Texas Airshow 2026 as we continue to let freedom roar, honoring 250 years of American freedom right here at JBSA Randolph. Now, momentarily, we'll be handing the microphone over to the United States Air Force Air Combat Command F-22 demo team. You're going to hear a little bit of noise. They're going to take off and get airborne before they actually start their performance. But we will let you know when it's ready to go. So you're not going to want to miss that. They are in the house, and they are about ready to go. But it's about time to remind you to put on some more sunscreen. And, ma'am, right here to my left, you are looking really pink. You need to put some on because that sun is getting you. It's nice and cool right now. It feels like it's okay, but I'm telling you, the wind and the sun are sucking the water right out of you. So please stay hydrated. We want you to go home just as healthy as when you got here this morning. Put on some sunscreen. And those of you, though, here at Show Center, Ken and Austin Reeder giving you a little bit of a smoke show right here at the front. Their thank you and their tribute to you, the great fans here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026. Yeah, if you can see them, if you're up on the crowd line, give Ken and Austin a wave as they go by. Let them know how grateful we are to have them here with us this weekend. Now, folks, if you by chance have misplaced anything, if you're missing anything, or if you find something that doesn't belong to you, we want you to return that to the Lost and Found at the information booths. Any of our information booths can help you with that. We also don't want you to get hangry. Be sure to stop by our concession stands for tasty eats and treats. Our Great Texas Airshow vendors will be serving you the culinary and confectionery delights all day long. And don't forget the souvenirs. Stop by our awesome vendors and get something fabulous to help commemorate your great day. Now, if you were listening earlier, I told you I'm here to help you start your Christmas shopping. I know it's early, I know it's May, but guess what? You've got an aviation lover in your life, and this will be your one opportunity this year to get that unique souvenir. Get that for your aviation lover in your life and check off your Christmas shopping list early. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let the aircraft depart here, and we are ready to hand the mic over. Ladies and gentlemen, my honor to introduce your F-22 demo team.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we welcome you to today's F-22 demonstration. I'm F-22 Demonstration Team Superintendent Master Sergeant Brady Pummel from Kansas City, Kansas. As a proud member of Air Combat Command's 1st Fighter Wing, located at Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure to describe for you today a capability demonstration by the most technologically advanced 5th-generation stealth fighter aircraft in the world. And now introducing your 2026 F-22 demonstration team. From Atlantic City, New Jersey, Dedicated Crew Chief Staff Sergeant John Carnock. From Santa Barbara, California, Dedicated Crew Chief Staff Sergeant Guy Smith. From Newberg, Oregon, Avionics Technician Staff Sergeant Gavin Gonzalez. From Guam, Avionics Technician Senior Airman Aubrey Cabby. From Canastito, New York, Public Affairs Officer Staff Sergeant Lauren Diaz. From Prescott, Arizona, F-22 Demo Team Chief Technical Sergeant Blake Chrysley. From Auburn, California, our Safety Officer and Combat Ready Fighter Pilot Major Ethan Bear Glover. And your 2026 F-22 Demonstration Fighter Pilot with more than 900 hours in the F-22 from New York Mills, Minnesota, Captain... The F-22 possesses the ability to point its nose at will, even at extremely low airspeeds and high angles of attack. Watch closely as the aircraft pulls into the vertical and executes a 360-degree aileron roll. At altitude, the jet will flip backwards and level off, execute an immediate 180-degree flat turn, then reverse the turn in the opposite direction, all in under 3,500 feet of altitude and under complete control. The Raptor will now quickly reposition and show you what the advanced flight controls and engines can do. As it executes the power loop, you'll see why the aircraft is unmatched in a vertical flight as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude at the end. At the top of the loop, you'll see the Raptor rotate around one spot in the sky, utilizing the vectored thrust of two powerful F-119 engines, which literally flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Many jets can turn tight, many jets can roll quickly, and many jets can climb fast, but not many can slide. Watch now, from behind, as the Raptor flies over, pulls straight into the vertical, and brings its throttles to near idle. Then under complete control, the Raptor will actually slide backwards. Its afterburners. Accelerating from 90 knots to over 600, Captain Turner will now roll inverted in preparation for the split-S reposition in high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's super cruise and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you are about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. In 2010, the Air Force Heritage Flight Foundation joined with the United States Air Force to keep this popular program flying. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now heritage flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind and to the right.
A majestic shot there, the Heritage Flight F-22 Raptor P-51. Just a gorgeous shot. Day one of this Great Texas Airshow rolling along. Delighted now to be joined by maybe the most important person here. I mean, that's a long list. But Lieutenant Colonel Gina Schneider of the 42nd Force Support Squadron here, or excuse me, 502nd Force Support Squadron. But you have a very important job, ma'am, and how are you holding together here?
It's an amazing day. The weather turned out great, and so everything is coming together, and I'm just so excited to have everyone here to celebrate and share this.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss if we just didn't right off the top acknowledge there's been a few challenges over the last 24 to 48 hours. You guys had to adjust everything to make this happen from a parking plan perspective. Can you kind of talk about that and then how you've adjusted?
Of course. So our normal parking areas are in a space where it is easily flooded, and with the amount of rain that we had, we were unable to use that as our parking plan. So we quickly adjusted. We put out some calls to folks in the community and asked for support, and they jumped up and agreed to help us out. So we redid our entire logistical plan to make sure that we would at least be able to have a show this weekend.
Yeah, and so, there were some long lines, and, there's definitely going to be some changes as folks leave. Can you talk about how folks at the end of the show should leave the base?
Yeah, so the ramp where the C5 is, the big airplane with the nose in the air, that's the location. If you've arrived from Judson or Rolling Oaks Mall, that will be the location that you will be wanting to exit from. We are surging all the buses that we have to that location so that we can make sure we try to make this exit as smooth as possible. Understand there's still going to be some long lines. We're going to work as hard as we can to get people back as quickly as we can.
And those going to Lackland and to Fort Sam Houston will come in through or leave through the Thunderbirds area exit.
That's correct. So the Thunderbird gate will have the buses going to the on-base shuttles.
So the Thunderbirds will ground show will start about 3:25. They'll probably get in the air about 30 minutes or so after that. So a lot to look forward to. But, ma'am, just tell me about this experience as the air show director. I talked about it a little bit with General Oakland this morning. We talked about, it's a process. It takes a long time to plan an air show. Exactly how long have you been planning this show, and how satisfying is it to kind of be here on day one?
So air show planning is a 2-year planning cycle. So we have to have paperwork in and get our requests in so that we can ensure that we're able to secure, the Thunderbirds and make sure we have a headliner for the event. 18 months out is when we find out who our headliner is going to be, and from there we start meeting on a routine basis to make sure we have a successful air show in the plan ahead.
And we saw the B-1B Lancer fly by, an unexpected surprise. It was so awesome. And really, in today's operational environment, there's some air shows around the country that actually got postponed or canceled, so we're very lucky to be able to have the air show here. But just talk about how much work it is to actually put this on from a securing the acts perspective.
So we send messages out to all kinds of performers and static crews, at the 18-month, 12-month mark, so we can start figuring out who's going to be available and working our show lineup. And so there's a lot of initial email messages that go out so we can work through what our plan is going to look like.
Yeah, and talk about the fan experience and what goes into making sure that is as smooth as possible, knowing that you guys had to do a lot of work on that front over the last day or so.
It comes down to the little details. And so, understanding from the minute that someone gets in their car and pulls into the parking lot to the minute they leave, every step of that experience matters. And so we talk about all those details. We talk about where everything is going to be located and how to make it as easy for our community members to get the best experience.
Yeah, and as we still have some aerial acts in the background, but at the end of this thing tomorrow, what will tell you hey, mission accomplished?
So it'll be Monday morning. So Monday morning we'll do a FOD walk, and we'll walk through the entire flight line and make sure that there is nothing left on the ground, so that we can get back to mission operations as normal.
Yeah, so obviously you've been around the Air Force for a while. Your daughter, Jada's here with you. Your 11-year-old rocking the VIP Thunderbirds T-shirt.
She is.
Living like a rock star. But talk about what these kind of events mean, to folks who maybe are not as familiar with the Air Force.
So these opportunities for the community are really just to show the awesome air power that we have for today's military. Watching the expression on her face and the faces of the kids in the crowd, that's what makes this experience worthwhile.
Yeah, so tell us just a little bit about you. I always wonder when I talk to new people, as we've never actually got to meet until today, but what inspired you to join the Air Force, and what keeps you wearing the uniform today?
My passion is to take care of people. And so the opportunity to continue to provide that experience for our service members, provide that experience for the community is what makes me happy. I joined the Air Force in 2001, so I have 2005, I have over 20 years now. So right after 9/11, and so that was a pretty important time in our country, and that's what got me to join, and then I loved it so much that I haven't left.
Yeah, and so as you look at all the aircraft that are here, I wasn't a pilot when I was in the Air Force either, but what is your favorite airplane out here?
Gosh.
And does Jada have a favorite?
I think the Thunderbirds will very quickly become her favorite. So, but I couldn't pick a favorite. I have a heart for all of them.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of everybody here, want to say thank you to you and your entire team. I know how much work that it is to put this on, and I know how much work you still have ahead of you over the next couple of days, but thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That was Lieutenant Colonel Gina Schneider. She is the Air Show Director here for this 2026 Great Texas Air Show. As it rolls on, we're getting ready for more acts, and the Thunderbirds are going to be coming up around 3:25. The ground show will start, but let's kick it back out to Rob Lowe, the Air Boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Winters, your hometown hero. Thank you for your support. Raptors out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for your United States Air Force Raptor demo team at Heritage Flight. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that was something. We told you it was going to be cool. They'll be back tomorrow. If you're back with us tomorrow, we hope you are. You'll get to see them once again. Now, we're going to have a few of our air show performers depart here in a minute once we get the F-22 and the P-51 back on the ground. But in the meantime, if I could have your attention please, guests. Outbound buses are staged at 2 locations, the static aircraft display entry and exit point, as well as the Thunderbird entry control point. If you arrived from Judson High School or Rolling Oaks Mall, when you're ready to depart, please proceed to the marked buses at the static aircraft display entry and exit point. Now, if you arrived from Lackland or Fort Sam Houston, when you're ready to leave, please proceed to the marked buses at the Thunderbird entry control point. If you need assistance, contact any of the uniformed members that you see. They will help you get to these entry and exit control points. Again, if you came from Lackland and Fort Sam Houston, use the Thunderbird entry control point. And if you came from Judson High School or Rolling Oaks Mall, use the marked buses at the static aircraft display entry and exit point. Folks, don't forget, if a child or a member of your party gets separated from you or is missing, please make your way to the Lost Child and Chaplain Support Area on the south ramp between hangars 41 and 42. Information and assistance will be provided at this location. Now, if you say, Rob, I have no idea where hangar 41 and 42 is, you can just look at any of the great big hangars that are around the flight line. They all have big numbers on the end of them, like 64 or 41 or 42. So look for those big numbers on the end of the hangar, 41 and 42, if you get separated from any member of your party. Don't forget our 2 amazing STEM locations. One is in hangar 42, the other is in hangar 44. We have extensive exhibits from numerous people that have come to support. You're going to want to get by. Check out these STEM exhibits right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look out towards the runway. Our next performer is just about ready to go. He's pulling onto the runway in an Edge 540 aircraft. This aircraft has a very unique departure, unlike any other air show performer, any other aircraft in the world today. This is Mr. Kirby Chambliss, and he is about ready to roll. So if you're not up near the front line, make your way to where you can see the runway just to the south of the Thunderbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, presented by Red Bull, this is Kirby Chambliss. Kirby was flying a corporate aircraft for La Quinta Motor Inn, and the chief pilot was a pretty smart guy, and he said to Kirby, well, if this aircraft ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board, we want you to be able to land right side up without killing anybody. He said, well, that makes sense to me, and from that point on, Kirby has done more than you could ever imagine to fly and learn aerobatics. As a child, he was always playing and running with toy airplanes, fascinated with aviation. He began flying at the age of 13, and by 24, he was the youngest commercial pilot at Southwest Airlines. He made captain by 28, and although he enjoyed flying commercial, it became the means to pay for his true love. And that's what you see in front of you today, Aerobatics by Kirby Chambliss. Now watch this maneuver here. Is Kirby, you hear him cycling the power. He's got the nose up. He lets it roll over in almost the world's smallest loop. Kirby Chambliss to the Edge 540. Now, by the early 2000s, Kirby was recognized as one of the top 15 aerobatic pilots in the world and was asked to compete in the very first Red Bull Air Race. He transferred his explosive, aggressive flying style to the racetrack and is now known as a two-time Red Bull Air Race World Champion. Here he is from the right, Kirby Chambliss. As you watch Kirby continue to ring out this Edge 540 aircraft, he's a man after my own heart. He flies to Van Halen, classic rock music, and here he is flying with even more aggressive style, Kirby Chambliss. One of the unique things you'll notice about the way Kirby flies, the aircraft is always in motion. It's always either going up, down, roll, inverted, something. He doesn't have those fly straight and get your breath portions of his show. Watch here as he maneuvers the aircraft side to side. Only Kirby Chambliss right here. Now, Kirby resides at Flying Crown Ranch that we talked about between Tucson and Phoenix with his wife and fellow pilot Kelly and their daughter Carly. With a hangar and a runway in the backyard, Kirby's only a few steps away from hopping into one of his several airplanes. Be sure to check out the hangar on the website to view Kirby's fleet. Ha! He tricked you there, didn't he? You thought he was going to land. Right as he gets close, he pulls it back up into that signature maneuver. Now, when not flying, Kirby enjoys jumping out of airplanes and perfecting his skydiving skills. Why jump out of a perfectly good airplane, you ask? Well, Kirby's answer is because he has a perfectly good parachute. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. He rolled it inverted, hovered into the wind, and now diving right back here. Come on, Randolph. Look at what he's doing for you. How about a huge round for Kirby Chambliss? Look at that. Folks, these aerobatic performers and all of our air crew are true athletes. It takes year-round work in the gym, nutrition, exercise, and a lot of practice to do what you see right here in front of you. Kirby'd like to thank his sponsors, Red Bull, Tempest, Goodyear, and Concord Battery. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll note that wind is blowing from behind you. Kirby's doing everything you see with a direct crosswind blowing from across his right wing to his left, and he's keeping it right in line with the runway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras out. Kirby, best opportunity to get a picture of his airplane right here. Kirby Chambliss, the Edge 540, presented by Red Bull. Watch this landing, ladies and gentlemen. A few more aileron rolls just for you here at the Great Texas Airshow. Kirby Chambliss as he brings it in and lands. How about a huge round of applause for that amazing performance? We've been telling you all day our theme this year, Let Freedom Roar, honoring 250 years of freedom in our United States. And there it is, courtesy of Kirby Chambliss and Red Bull. Wow, that was something. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to depart a few other airplanes here, and our next performer is headed down to the departure area. We'll be airborne momentarily, but while we're waiting for that, don't forget that we want you to take advantage of all the amazing concessions and food and drink and merchandise that we have available for you here this year. We don't want you to get hangry, so be sure and stop by those concession stands for tasty treats and eat. Our Great Texas Airshow vendors will be serving you culinary and confectionery delights all day. The team that pulled together the air show got the best food from all across Texas and even surrounding states to come here to provide you the best of the best here today. And don't forget, we do have souvenirs, more than you could ever count. Stop by our awesome vendors and get something fabulous to help commemorate this great day. What a beautiful day the folks have put together. We got a little rain yesterday. We got a little bit of green on the grass for you. Today we got the perfect breeze, the perfect sky. We got the amazing setup for you to get the perfect picture memory. But we also want you to see more than just what we have here flying in front of you today. That includes our 2 STEM visits. Don't forget to go by Hangar 42 and Hangar 44. Now, we'll talk more about this jet here in just a little bit. But Tom will be performing a cross-section of maneuvers that he used when he was training fighter pilots as an instructor in the Air Force. In fact, part of his Air Force career, he was assigned right here at JBSA Randolph as an instructor. The maneuvers are a combination of loops, rolls, point rolls, Humpty Bumps, Whifford Hills, high G demonstration turns, and vertical rolls. All of these maneuvers are still being used during aerial dogfighting and surface attack by today's military pilots. As Tom goes straight up and down today, you'll see him climbing and descending in excess of 12,000 feet per minute. That means Tom has to judge when to start the pull out above the ground while he's descending at almost 200 feet per second. The high G turn, which he'll demonstrate later in the show, will show Tom pulling 6 times the force of gravity. 6 G's as he makes the turn where the mini jet turns at over 30 degrees per second. Now, as Tom circles around high and to your right as he builds up some airspeed and altitude behind us, today's performance is a tribute to his father, Larry, who was his inspiration for flying. Now, you might notice this jet, when you saw it depart a minute ago, is very small. We'll tell you about the specific jet here in just a little bit. It's a version of the Subsonics kit. This was the first one that was ever ordered, delivered, and flown by a customer. The jet was a dream of the founder of Sonics Aircraft, John Monet. An experimental jet, it came in kit form. Tom performed all of the modifications on this aircraft, flight testing and certification. Here he is. Now, that mini jet that just streaked by is only 16 feet long, it's 18 feet wide, and it only weighs 500 pounds. Yep, that's about the same weight as a small riding lawnmower or motorcycle, yet it has a top speed of over 300 miles per hour. Watch this from the left. This is Mini Jet Air Shows and Tom Larkin. As Tom shows you the slow roll capability there as he went from left to right, he wants you to imagine what it's like to drive a go-kart at 300 miles per hour. That's the sensation he gets every time he flies a show. Now, the mini jet's over 1,000 pounds lighter and 60 miles an hour faster than an Indy car. The engine for this jet was built for drones and uncrewed aerial vehicles. Watch as he comes from the right. Ladies and gentlemen, this fully aerobatic mini jet, Tom Larkin, from the right. Now, if you notice that beautiful red, white, and blue paint job on this aircraft, well, guess what? It's not a paint job. There's no paint on this aircraft at all. That entire decoration is a vinyl wrap, similar to what you would have on a car. But it's spectacular. It's red, white, and blue as Tom is joining us in Letting Freedom Roar as we honor 250 years of freedom in America. We talked a little bit about Tom starting to fly young. He flew RC airplanes at first, and then he eventually got his pilot license at age 19. He earned a degree in aerospace engineering from Georgia Tech and joined the Air Force as a fighter pilot. He was the top instructor pilot in his class at Reese. He later went on to fly the F-15 and flew 22 combat missions in northern Iraq. He later became an instructor in the AT-38 and was awarded Instructor of the Year. Having left the Air Force in 2000, Tom is now a 737 captain for a major airline. He's got over 10,000 hours in 57 different types of aircraft. He's here with his wife, Laura, wife of 36 years, and guess what? They were married in the chapel right here on Randolph Air Force Base back in the day. And they're both here, so let's give them both. How about a huge round of applause for the Larkins as they celebrate 37 years of blissful marriage, and Tom flies the mini jet out front. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tom continues to show you the amazing capabilities of this subsonic jet. Let's see if he's up on our frequency yet. Tom, can you hear Rob yet? Keep your eye on that aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, as he continues to make these 90-degree turns, cloverleaf turns. Watch his... Hey, Tom, loud and clear. How many, sir? Tom, hey, Tom, you're loud and clear. Can you hear Rob? Well, folks, I don't know if he can hear us. Tom, loud and clear. How many? Well, folks, our apologies for our radio communication troubles here today. Tom was going to want to talk to you from the cockpit. Hopefully he'll just jump in here in just a second as he continues to make this 360-degree turn, showing you the high G maneuvering in this mini jet aircraft. Tom, we'll try it one more time. You're loud and clear. Can you hear us? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tom has enough gas for one more pass. Get your cameras out. Here he comes from the right. Photo pass, Mr. Tom Larkin, Mini Jet Air Shows. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the performance for today for Mr. Tom Larkin in Mini Jet Air Shows. We're so honored to have him here with us today. Our apologies for the technical issue we had on talking to him. I know Tom did want to say hello to all of you here at the Great Texas Airshow 2026. He has a fond place in his heart. I told you about he and his wife Laura getting married at the chapel here. His time station here is a fond piece of memory for him, and I know he wanted to greet you from the cockpit today. We'll get that fixed for tomorrow, but on behalf of Tom and Mini Jet Air Shows, let me just say thank you for having them here. They are honored to be part of the Great Texas Airshow 2026, and it's been our honor to have him here flying in front of us. Now, if I know Tom, he's going to slow down and taxi in front of you, so here in just a few minutes, you're going to get a chance to wave at him and tell him how much you appreciate him being here. But ladies and gentlemen, as he touches down on runway 33 left here at JBSA Randolph, how about a huge round of applause for Tom Larkin in the Mini Jet. Wow, that is something. Now, when you see this thing taxi in front of you, now that you've seen it in the air, look at it on the ground. Think about it. This thing weighs the same amount as a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. It's about the size of a go-kart, 13 feet long, 18 feet wide. It's not very big, but it's quite a performer. And Tom showing you those amazing skills that he learned as a fighter pilot here in the United States Air Force, one of our war fighters, along with a lot of you. So again, our huge thank you to each and every service member, our retired, former, or active duty service members, your families, most importantly. We know who sacrifices right alongside you through every active duty day, through every deployment. It all adds up, and those of us here in the United States of America are very grateful for all of your combined service. And this air show this year, we continue to sing out, "Let Freedom Roar," as we celebrate 250 years of American freedom and our part in it here at JBSA Randolph. And we couldn't bring all this to you without the help of some amazing sponsors. And we encourage everyone to stop by and thank the many sponsors who provided so much for the morale, welfare, and recreation elements of the 2026 Great Texas Airshow. The MWR elements include the Children's Zone, the aerial performances by Tom Larkin with his mini-jet, Kirby Chambliss Aerobatics, Redline Airshow, Jerry McCart, Jet Truck, and Goulian Aerosports, and so many more. Without the support of our sponsors, we could not have brought you all these elements of the air show. Our title sponsors for the show include Methodist Northeast Healthcare, Randolph Brooks Federal Credit Union, Silver Eagle Beverages, and T-Mobile. We thank them for their vital support to the MWR elements of the Great Texas Air Show. In addition, the support from our associate sponsors, CPS Energy and Boeing. From all of our contributing sponsors, thank you very much. We are honored to be here with you. The folks, what's that? What is that?
Great shots there of Tora, the really great reenactment of the attacks on Pearl Harbor back in 1941. The P-51 Mustang, really the gold standard of fighters during World War II. You can break the bombing campaign against Germany up in two phases, pre-P-51 and post-P-51. The really post-51 era helped the Americans drive the Germans out of the skies over their home country. So just a wonderful aircraft and a great tribute here to the men and women of Hawaii who endured the attack on Pearl Harbor. That's going to wrap up our coverage here during this second segment. But don't fear, we'll be back on the air around 3:25 p.m. Central Time. The United States Aerial Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds, are coming up next. They will be the headline act as we wrap up day one of this 2026 Great Texas Airshow. So for our entire 3rd Audiovisual Squadron crew, I'm Dan Hawkins. We'll see you soon for the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds.
Mic 1, check 2, 3, 4. Mic 1, check.
All right, some technical difficulties there. We're back, though. We're back, thankfully. Good job by James Jones, our floor director. But day one of this Great Texas Airshow rolling along, and we're almost ready for the main event, the U.S. Air Force Aerial Demonstration Squadron of Thunderbirds taken to the skies here real quick over San Antonio. Of course, the Thunderbird Squadron, an Air Combat Command unit composed of 8 pilots, including 6 demonstration pilots, 4 support officers, 3 civilians, and more than 130 personnel performing in 25 different career fields. And just as a reminder, you can find any directions, tips and tricks, and rules on our jbsa.mil websites and our social media platforms. And a reminder that we'll be back here for day 2 of the air show tomorrow. Entry and parking completely free. So if you couldn't join us today, come on out. We'll be doing it again all over tomorrow on May 3rd. And we see that the flight line gearing up for the Thunderbirds to take off just minutes from now. We were here a couple of days ago. We got to see them practice, and they put on such a great show. Just a visceral experience out here on the flight line. You feel the engines rattling your core. Even when you're wearing that hearing protection, it's just really an awesome experience. And so we're excited to see them live here. If you're not out here today, you're watching the live stream, we hope you can make it out here tomorrow. But we're going to kick it out now and take a look at the United States Air Force Thunderbirds and what makes them go.
It's showtime!
Thunderbirds, let's run them up.
All Thunderbirds, release now. Burners now.
From Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds!
For over 70 years, they have been the ambassadors in blue, a symbol of American air power, precision, and pride. We see the spectacle, we feel the thunder, but this year, we look deeper. As America prepares to celebrate its 250th birthday, the Thunderbirds embark on a journey into the heartland. This is where the polish meets the pavement, where the happy to be here becomes proud to serve.
It's still like happy to be here and proud to serve all in one for us. They take pride in what they do, and so once they see the jets up in the air and we have a successful
Forged in history, a commitment to a legacy bigger than one person. They are a link in a chain of service, representing generations past and inspiring generations to come. But this is more than an air show. It's a point of contact, a salute to the past, and a promise to the future, connecting a nation and its defenders.
A little kid, he turns around and just his mouth drops, and he was like, "It's a Thunderbird." Like, he kind of like mispronounced it a little bit. And I was looking at it, I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he had to be maybe 5 or 6. I had a coin in my pocket that I gave the kid, and he lit up. He started crying, and he took off. So that hit me the most. And I was for my first impression wearing this patch. I couldn't ask for more.
And so, when the thunder fades and the smoke clears, what remains is the spirit of the team on the ground. A promise kept through tireless dedication. A legacy of excellence written in the skies. and a tribute to the enduring backbone of a nation, forever proud and forever free.
We're really excited to see the Thunderbirds just moments away. Lots of things, of course, go on at an air show when the Thunderbirds are here. Right now, they're in the middle of getting a re-enlistment ceremony started as the next generation of leaders, men and women, join the United States Air Force. You see them there on your screen as always a big moment when you swear in to any branch of the United States Armed Forces, and you see right there the solemn ceremony and the oath of enlistment being administered by Thunderbird 1 before the ground show starts. Of course, the Thunderbirds spend so much time in the community before they actually fly at an air show. They usually arrive at an air show location on Thursday, some of them actually even on Wednesday, and then they go out as well out into the community to local schools. And again, here they typically hold oath of enlistment ceremonies at each of the bases before they fly. Always a big moment for some of these new airmen who specifically may not really have seen much air power up close and personal. So just a fantastic experience for these men and women as they have really taken that solemn oath, as you see the line of Thunderbirds that will be taken to the skies here above San Antonio. Probably, without question, the biggest act of the day, of course, saving the best for last. And the Thunderbirds will thrill this crowd here that's ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and throw it out to the Thunderbirds. It's their 7th show season location performance of the year. Here's Thunderbird 8 and narrator Major Samuel Larson. Enjoy the show, everybody.
Each Thunderbird is filled with a sense of pride and purpose, representing the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. Has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they are ready, they will take to the skies. Soon, you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. As the aircraft lift off the ground, watch for our slot pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Tyler Slasher Clark. They'll move quickly from the right wing into the slot position, forming the famous Thunderbird Diamond. Lieutenant Colonel Prevendar will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop on takeoff. Following the diamond takeoff, our solo pilots will perform the mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from your right to your left and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take
Thunderbird 1, ready for takeoff. Runway 15, right.
Boss, winds are 050 at 11. Runway 15, right. You are cleared for takeoff. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1, clear for takeoff. Runway 15, right. Thunderbird, let's run them up. Stand by. Smoke. Smoke on ready now. Smoke off ready now. Thunderbirds, release brakes ready now. Burners now.
And now, Texas, stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to celebrate 250 years of the greatest nation on earth. America's Own, your 2026 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! Woo! Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of her aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen, and Captain Rob Kanaga as the stop pilot. Now look to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Roll. Fly for you today. We are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right. Find Thunderbirds 5 and 6. Teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the extremely tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 in the echelon pass in review. pass. Prime and slasher will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the pilots have skillfully transformed back into the Thunderbird Diamond. Texas, that was Major Lady Scholl, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as she approached supersonic speeds. Wow, supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy. Slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now look back to your right, find triple, low and Thunderbird 5 has rejoined with the Diamond to the right. Watch as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 5-card loop. From your left, Major Turner will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as he climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this mixed pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch as Major Turner, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a max performance turn, followed by a half Cuban 8. Look over your shoulder to the right for precision flying under G. And feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6. Rejoining with the Diamond to form the Thunderbirds Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor one of our fallen warriors, First Lieutenant Thomas Michael Martin, a Ward, Arkansas native from the 40th Cavalry Regiment, was killed in action on October 14, 2007, when his unit was attacked by insurgents in al-Busayafi, Iraq. He paid the ultimate price for our country, and we fly today in honor of Thomas and all those who have given their lives in the defense of our freedom. Knight will now reposition the Delta formation for that Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team wherever they go after their time on the team. The Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms for providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2026 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst. Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross the show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife-edge pass. Let's go inside that cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Howdy, y'all. Solos ready, hit it!
Six on top, 58300.
Five on top, 57290. 5 is on the line.
Gotcha, 5.
Solos ready, hit it! Roll out.
Ladies and gentlemen, though the maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see, look to your left as the Diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. as your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence. As our F-16s come into land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line at Show Center in front of our Thunderbird aircraft. We hope you'll stick around and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Now I'd like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Chesapeake, Virginia, Technical Sergeant Connor Wallace. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Houma, Louisiana, Technical Sergeant Kyrie Coleman. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Yoreli Vega. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Long Beach, California, Staff Sergeant Jeremiah Ekaroma. Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Newport, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Hayden Maddox. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania, Staff Sergeant Wyatt Cassidy. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Cato Mills, Texas, Staff Sergeant David Paul. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Scranton, Pennsylvania, Staff Sergeant Megan Galasso. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from North Ogden, Utah, Staff Sergeant Trinity Schultz. Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from South Weber, Utah, Senior Airman Holden Wiley. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from New Orleans, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Nolan Hills. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Thunderbird show line.
What a awesome display of air power from the United States Air Force's Aerial Demonstration Squadron of Thunderbirds, home base of Las Vegas, Nevada, out at Nellis Air Force Base. As you see them taxiing in, the crowd got a wonderful show here this afternoon of precision air power and lethality, achieving peace through strength due to our pilots, just like the Thunderbirds across the United States Air Force. So just another great day here at the JBSA Air Show, a spectacular display of formation and solo flying. A great way to end this action-packed day one we've had here at the Great Texas Air Show. Don't fret, though. Still all day tomorrow to come out and enjoy the show. As a reminder, the show totally free, and you can come out and see basically the entire show again tomorrow. Go to the website, Joint Base San Antonio's website, jbsa.mil, for all kinds of information, maps, do's and don'ts, so much more. And that is going to wrap it up here for us this afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Our entire 3rd Audio Visual Squadron crew, great pictures all day long. They did a fabulous job. And so for all of them, I'm Dan Hawkins saying so long. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Great Texas Air Show.